Why, hello there. Let's do that. That's good. I think that is good. Questions, though. That is probably good. Things are a little wonky today, it seems, so we'll have to keep an eyeball on it. Everything's been wonky for everybody lately, it seems like. Twitch has had issues, YouTube has had issues. Everything broken. Okay. Do we have this? I think we're good there. All right, so we have some things to fix up today. Get that out of the way. And get this open for later. Get all the things ready. So, widgets, not updating. That's what we got to start with. And I suspect that all three of these are related. And this might be as well. I think there's one probably main issue here. But we'll see. Maybe there's more. But our drag and drop is not truly behaving very well. See, you have none DCs, so the names don't get updated, nor do these fields reliably the first time we drop. Even though we do where do we put you? That's the connection template. This is the data form. Even though on the accept draggable, we do call set state around all of these things. And this works. It's these fellas. These fellas become problematic for some reason. When we reset everything, these all fire without a set state. And I wonder if that's related. But we proved that this doesn't fire again. It fires twice for the two. Actually, why does it fire twice? It fired twice because of the two, yes, because of the two connection objects, which makes sense because there's two forms in there, right? And I wonder. I wonder if we need to just set. This is the intermessage. What if we just set these guys instead. And we want to stop and restart because we want to try to capture that the first drop not working correctly, which seems to go away if we hot load, where it was yesterday, kind of intermittent. I think it might be related to hot loading, but we want to make sure we fix it. So, and you use the one that doesn't have anything. I have a sneeze that's like stuck in my nostrils here. So that immediately updated. It makes me think that that's probably the correct way to do this, because that, I think, is going to trigger this. We can find out for sure, though. And let's do another load real quick here. So we should see it come up twice initially, and we do, because we have two forms. And then if I come over here, now we see it update again. Okay. Because we've changed the data behind it. I have a sneeze that's like halfway stalled in my nose. Oh, it's driving me crazy. Okay, so let's do that then. Hang on one sec. I think I'm coming down with another cold. I had one, seems like just not so long ago. Out swimming in the masses of humanity that is the general populace. Okay, so let's do this. And then just let the machinery that we've already put in place handle the updating of these controllers. Exit description. Description. We've got that. This can become whatever's in here. If it's null, then we null, right? We'll just directly... Uh-oh. What in the world did I do there? Total brain fart. So, and technically these should go in this order. Okay, let's do that and see how it behaves. Hopefully well. It's up here. 1 sec, let me make sure this is good and happy. I think so. All right. You a little bigger so we can see a little better. Grab our friend over here, like so. Connections. Okay, so it didn't update the number. That, I think, is a problem in the widget. And then this guy that has it set, let's grab our null template. So that didn't work at all. And I don't know if that's because of that error we encountered or something else. So let's see. if you're the first guy we mess with, that doesn't seem to have done anything. We didn't get our output either. Did that time, though. So some things updated. Okay, that's super weird. Okay, let's... I think we went down this path yesterday, but if we don't mess with these guys, how does it behave? It didn't update anything. Why not? Deeply confusing. We know that valid drag got called, though, because it clears our highlighting. That updated as soon as we messed with that. Interesting. Okay. Oh, you know what? I took this out. Okay, so that didn't. Why not? Why did that not change that? It was before, just a minute ago. I don't particularly want to change to use the provider, the map state, to do this. Let's put these back. Inner message, okay. And then we're going to put that will have killed off the print we just put back in. We'll do that. Changing these is supposed to fire things too. So we've got our 2, and we see 2 more, because the dependencies change. Which makes kind of sense, right? It just doesn't update these. Because it doesn't set it in there. Like, we modify these guys, the actual text controller values, and then it gets overwritten again with whatever's in data. And then resetting fires it again. I'm confused as to why it does that after the fact. Why does it work on second drags? And sometimes it does. That did, okay. It's because we modified the draggable here. So when we comment it out, it doesn't fire change dependencies again. It just updates that. That doesn't flag this as a change either. So, slight problem, right? And if we do... You would actually go down there. If we were to do this, I believe it would throw that flag up. Could be wrong, though. Let's find out. Doesn't. Interesting. Okay. Double check. On our change... Yeah, this is supposed to update the data. Let's not do the DC. Let's make sure we understand correctly the expected behavior here. So in here, we're going to do that because that one we didn't change, right? This one, let me start this. So in theory, only leave message will show that it's been updated. Neither fired. Okay. Interesting. Intermessage was changed. Oops. Exit changed. I gotta fix that clicky. It was not interesting. Only sometimes will the text overwrite or text field take control as opposed to the behind. That's okay. There's some ideas I have for that. We need to brush it up, but all is not well with this widget. Okay. And I don't think, yeah. So well, there goes that sneeze that's stuck again. We would need to basically change the data in the selected tile. We're working with a clone in both cases here. One sec. Either that or I got like crazy allergies happening right now. Could be that too. We would have to set something in this state if we're going to do it this way, I think. Our non-destructive changes are being a little bit problematic here. That's the reason we clone this, is because we don't want to change the actual data in memory until we click apply. So we work from a clone. Okay, so we do it this way. It works. We need to set the flag, but that's okay. We could do that. It's just this that is problematic. Seems to be working pretty reliably. As it should, right? That makes sense. We need to fix up this part of it. Because this changing the data causes trubs. Weren't you called modified? Oh, that's right. We do it in the parent. Duh. So we need to call that. Does that cause any trouble when it rebuilds, I wonder? Because I remember some other wonky behavior yesterday was happening. So we come in here. Oops, that's not a connection. Unsaved changes, but no. I bet that because a change happens in the map state, that this is getting fired. You up here. Should have just left him in there for a hot second. Yes, it does. Okay. Which is why this overwrites. But if we put our leave message back in, what does that leave us with? Fires. I suspect foo leave does get set though. Okay. So maybe we were correct. Enter message. There we go. This is incorrect. That should be that. I should really make these names all the same. Okay, so we can do that. That works for these fields at least. And so far, it seems to work reliably, which is always nice. Even when we start fresh. Okay, so that's going to work that way. And then is this going to throw errors if I try to bring in one of the DCs? When you don't have any right now, we add you. This doesn't update correctly. Doesn't reset correctly either, though. Updates that time. Okay, so there's something wrong with this widget and the way it's behaving. And it's possible that we just need to do like a rebuild of it, basically. Let's see here. And the nullable one also doesn't do that, and then this gets broken. Okay. So we need to look at that widget. I think we're going to go with this method here. And let the rest of the framework do its job. The skill selector drop down. Take a peek at you. Create state, we return that. On init, we do that. This makes no sense to let you be nullable. Oh, actually it does. Never mind. I lied. On init, we set that. I think we need an on widget did update, I think, is what we need. Then again, we could also probably do the same thing we did here. Did change dependencies. What if we did that? And we'll just say we'll just do a little cheeky print debug here. Okay. Skill selector changed because it loaded. Oh, that's coming from over here, yeah. Actually, hang on. Let's... Why are they changing dependencies? It's because it's lazy loading them in the list. That's why. Okay, that's fine. So they do fire when we do that. Okay. So... can use that, I think. To update this. Can I completely replace that, I wonder? So far, seems okay. Here... Why... Unmodified... Why did I make a copy in here? Because you're final, that's why. We needed to have a modifiable version for this internal stuff that we can return with changes. Okay. So, the... We have a name controller. Resolve selected item DC. Widget skill controller. We need to look at setting this. Because this gets fired for initial selection. What do we need to do to change it after the fact? Node hash code, helper tags, hint, initial selection. I mean, I guess we could give it a key, a value key. That would force it to rebuild anytime it was changed, which isn't the end of the world. Let's temporarily put this back. And then we'll do in here. This all should actually be, well, no, because it's an override. It's fine, I guess. In here where we use the widget. Not you. We don't need that anymore. Next form field, exit description, this guy. So if we value key these, this should get replaced, if I'm not mistaken. Anytime we modify that value in there, they'll get rebuilt. We can make sure we're correct here. Building skill selector. Let's do a completely fresh build just to be sure. Fresh run, I guess I should say. Both, really. We'll do that. Okay, so this one has nothing in there. That's perfect. We got building twice, obviously, because we're displaying that. We get 2 more because we're displaying this. Interesting, it fires there. It's because we change the highlighting. It has to rebuild to do that. So we should see 4 happen here. And we do. But this doesn't update. Why not? Okay. Contrast that to this. Clear that out real quick. Also doesn't. Okay. Why not? I thought that a value key, anytime a value changed, would rebuild it. New key delegates its operator equal to the given value. I wonder if it's because useDC doesn't implement the equality operator, because we'd have to override that and hash. I bet that might be it. The other thing we could do, drop down menu, let's see here. Let's do that. That. And then is there anything in here? Not really. But we can also try skill. Oh, that's not, I want, the name controller's value. So anytime that changes, this whole menu gets rebuilt. Or would I need to do that on the wrap? Let's find out. Let's test it. Let's just see what happened. Hello to you as well. Okay, so we have an it build, we have an it build. Same here, because we just expanded that list. Still doesn't update the selected value. If we put you on the wrap, so the whole thing happens. I might also just be forgetting the correct way to use a value key. It's entirely possible. Okay, we'll clear this just to clear out the spam in the console there. Still none. No change to that. Huh. Okay, maybe I am mistaken about value key. Let's take a look here. Let's see. I don't want that. Big place. Shows how one widget replaces another in widget tree. Runtime type and key property two widgets are equal, respectively. New widget replaces the old widget, updating the underlying element. Otherwise, the old element is removed from the tree. New widget is inflated into an element. New element is inserted into the tree. Okay. So theoretically, should be getting replaced because the value key has changed. Init build and init build. It's in there. Might have to go debug time. Okay. You all go through. We expand. Boop. Okay. So we've just set our data, right? These are no longer empty. Why am I giving you... Why am I messing with this? Why do I have the controllers outside of you? Spot DC ended up null after all that. How did that happen? Copy with... The plot thickens. Okay, so we got a couple of weird things going on. Why did I choose to pull this up here? I suspect because somewhere I used it, I hadn't learned about enough about Flutter to do it correctly. This needs unmodified, and it has one. And it calls it with the modified DC stuff, if there has been one. What if... What if we pull the controllers in? You don't get to play with me anymore. These belong to me. Number controller is what I called you. You... I don't think I can access widget in here, right? Well, I'd have to... Okay, yeah, because we only have a UUID in there anyway. Which is kind of a pain in the butt. I wonder if there's a way we can make that easier. and let the model do the translating, provided we give it the controller when we initialize it. That would make a degree of sense. So if we pull that in, then we don't have to worry about that anymore. Deleted too many things there. There we go. That allows us to get rid of those. That allows us to get rid of all this and that. We do need to override dispose here and do that. That's fine. It's going to break a number of things, but hopefully make it better. Scale and number. Scale and number. There we go. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Then I can get rid of all of you as well. And because we cloned you over, that should be fine. I think this is going to have breaking changes in other places too. No? Okay. Thought we were using these drop downs in someplace else. Like, I guess not. Okay, cool. Even better. All right. Now they don't have anything in there for the numbers. We need to fix that. But that updates correctly. Those are broken because they don't have a number in them. Because there's a text editor for some strange reason under the hood in the Flutter widget. So we need to provide text there so we can increment and decrement. That's fine. Clearing doesn't seem to have cleared, which is a little bit problematic. Burn that bridge when we get to the... Let's get this part working correctly. Getting this to update correctly is going to be a problem. Or is it? If we say you can't be null? Okay, interesting. I guess it would just be if DC is null. Which is not a great name for it, but thought there was a 0 value. Oh, it's just not imported. Thought there was a 0 in here. I don't want that to be... Why won't you let me... Ah, here we go. Nor for this line. It's more expressive that way. Okay. If we allow it to do that, we also want to say... This is nullable. Why don't we do that? If we made you non-nullable... Not you, sorry, you. That solves a lot of problems for us. We don't have to do this nonsense. Now, the UUID can be null. That's fine. We then make U non-nullable. We make you late. That's fine. And then we make sure also, yeah, you're not nullable. You default to 0. That's fine. That becomes fine. If the skill is null, we null the skill ID. Not the ID. We need to rename that here in just a second. There we go. Okay, now let's call you that for now. What do we think about that? We think this needs to be fixed. That's what we think about that. We need to say, do I still want to support null here? Is a question for sure. Maybe. Can do that. It does make it nicer if I don't have to worry about putting empty stuff in here and just let the widget sort itself out. If I do that, Everybody becomes happy in theory. It's not getting set to 0 like it needs to be. And that's not getting set. Okay, interesting. Oh, because you're null in there for some reason. We need to fix that. Why is that happening? Init state, copy you. That needs to be flipped around. DC value. This needs to be that. Let's restart that. We have numbers? No, we don't. Why don't we have numbers? At least it's enabled now. DC copy, DC value. Oh, that's the on change. That could go away. It's no longer nullable. It's because we never set you is why. On change, we set that. Hang on 1 second. This is also my widget. Yeah, okay. That. But we have to string you because you're a number. Okay. Let's give that a go. Okay, now we have numbers. Good. You, when we drag you in, get updated. Okay, good. We can change those. Resetting does not clear you. We need to fix that still. This guy, if we drag in our nulled, that correctly updates. Resetting is the only thing that's broken there. Okay, that's forward progress. I like it. I like it a lot. Now, why doesn't resetting... Because we took it out. That's why. Except for data should be... I think it's because... I think this does need to be in our change dependencies. Pretty sure. So that it knows to update things. Everything is still in place. We can do our changes. No? Okay. Do I have to call set state in here now? To get things to wake up? Grab a brush and put on a little makeup? No. It does get set, it's just not resetting the state. Now that we've changed how this works, though... Let's just see if this behaves as I expected it to now. Yeah, it did. Okay. Let's make sure that's not a fluke. Not a connection? That's a connection. Okay. That does update. And then if we do our nulling out here, that... Oop, I grabbed the wrong one. That works too. Okay. And we can change things still, and we're not seeing... Oop. I think that changed, actually. Okay, so that needs to be addressed. When we set you to null, well, that should be defaulting to 0. I suspect... So there's another thing we could try overriding. Instead of this, I think we walked down this path and got into trouble, which is why we did the init instead. Is it that? No. Oh my gosh. What's going on with my brain? No. What is the name of you? Did update widget. Ah, I had that backwards. You need the old widget as a param. Right? Yeah, must call super. That's fine. We don't need that, obviously. And we can say... Is it this? Don't need this. I just need old... Okay, there we go. And then we can do... that. And then we have the ability to restart here. Hopefully. Oop, we got errors. I think this is the one that says, like, build called during whatever. No, it has not been. What? Oh, right. Has not been initialized because we would need you in init state as well, so that you get initialized when we start. And then I'm going to remember that I forgot to put that on mute. Need to do anything with that right now? Thank you. Okay. So we have that. We have you. You've got your nuns and your zeros. Boop. Init build, all that. That doesn't fire change. Okay, that clearly did something. Yeah, set state or mark needs build call during build. I'm pretty sure that's the problem we wound up in before. When we do that. Because doing this causes it to rebuild. So it's problematic. Let's get rid of that. We don't need that anymore. That's fine. That's a label. What if we value keyed you on I think you're a problem. I think having the controller outside of you might be a problem. I think the correct answer is to give you a an on change callback. You do have one. So why? I think I just did this widget wrong because it was early days and I hadn't learned Flutter very well yet. I think is there just a regular parse? Yeah. Because if we move our controller inside here, so this one's going to break a lot of stuff if we change it. Because this one is used everywhere. That's what I was conflating with the whole number drop down. Because why am I getting welcome to the chat room spammed in my Twitch chat? Fix yourself. Make sure I don't miss anything there. Okay, so hang on. We're going to back this up really quick. We're going to stash this. Because we need to fix this and it's going to be a thing. So now we're going to go back to that. Like so. And if we're going to do that, what else? We don't need this listener. We don't need this nonsense here. We need that because we have to override that focus node. That's fine. Input decoration, all of that, cool. I think this guy can actually just be enabled. I think he can be stateless. Really do. Oh, we got rid of number focus. Ooh, that might be the thing. Let's see here. Modifier. This can totally be stateless. Here's what it's going to do. Oh, we had a validator in here, though. And I think that actually is the reason. Where do we use the validator? Not in there. Not in there. Nowhere? Nowhere. Okay. No validator used. All right. Cool. You're stateless now. We don't need that. We don't need that. We do need that. I'm gonna do this. That can stay. Those are not required. Those can exist if they wish to. I don't think I'm going to need the focus node anymore. I shouldn't need that anymore. That's just enabled. This. Not even just widgets. On decrease because it's icon was remove. You're going to say you should be last? Yeah. Okay, fine. On increase. Don't need that. All that's fine now, in theory. Okay. Much, much simpler widget now. For you, we won't need that. On increase. Right, you're not, that's probably going to break my stash, but that's okay. We might have to fix that. That one, we'll just roll this change back and then make it separately if we have to. If Git can't figure it out. You on the increase. Why can't I? Who's nullable? This only exists, this only gets put in there if it's not null. Non-assignable. This is the model. There. Okay. Why were you complaining about... Okay, then. Oh, because if you were... Okay. What if I paren you? Huh. Interesting. Okay. Well... Okay. Oh no. Hit the right button. My ability to type has gone away today. And I got one extra. There we go. We need to do the same thing with you. Oh, actually. Forgot. On decrease. -1. We could actually. Maybe make that a little nicer. Oh, right. I need to default it here, not up there. We could make this an int. Except we don't yet accept. Let's put you. You won't have anything in you, right? Yeah. We need to do this. That's what I was missing. Okay, there we go. We'd have to do the same thing here, which is fine. And then we can say that it'll be much nicer. You can't be null here. Really? That's what I need. Oops. We could actually simplify this further. Hi, dude. How's life? It goes. How about you? If we were to do this instead, then, because we have this in place now, right? It gets even nicer to consume. Because we have a value and we have a step size. This just gets changed to on change. Because I don't think there's any time where you'd want to change or handle this differently. Just on change becomes this. Way nicer, right? value is required, obviously. That makes sense. Jit dot difficulty check can't be null DC. Just like so. We have to do the same thing over here. That's totally fine. We don't need that anymore. On change value is editable effect copy. Oop. Modifier. Can't be null. We checked you above. Value. Editable effect copy. Damage per tick. Again, you can't be null. Neither could you. That needs to be there. We should actually call out the type there just to be for schnickety. Okay. And then who else uses you? You. Status effects uses you. You're not correct, though. Why are you empty? Because it has no modifier. What is this? What are you creating? Ah, I see now, right? Yes. Yes, indeed. We are, in theory, working on the map editor part, but this change is going to impact other things. So we don't have a number appearing there, which is not ideal. Value is required, though. This effect edit panel. Why aren't you appearing? It's because I'm still using a form. I just want you. I guess you can still be a form field. That's fine. I think text field implements most of the same other things. Yes. And then we just put that in there. And then you exist. And if we go to our status effects and stop freaking out. That one has none. That has a modifier. That's backwards. Did I actually make these? I did actually just make it backwards, didn't I? like an Egypt. Icons remove. Yeah, I just flipped these. It's literally just backwards. There we go. And if I would apply you, you would stay. And then I would find you in my file, which would be in... not this, it'd be up a level. This is only focused on the Flutter editor project. So I would need to go over here into the server, config, status effects, get you open up over here, and we would see a modifier of 11 there. We want you to actually be -1 so that there are no changes outside of the editor there. They're really just a placeholder, but, you know. Okay. That would fix that. Map editor. Over here we have our numbers. Those don't work. We need to go into set state. Skill selector drop down here, because you're still stateful. There we go. Okay. And also in these fellas, we seem to be okay. Perfect. You not perfect. Because our changes haven't from the other one. Do I wish... I'm 99% certain this will break my stash if I do this. So, what I'm going to do is just temporarily let you be broken. I'm going to copy all that, roll that back. Okay, so now I've only changed the edit panel and the number picker. Status effects edit panel and the number picker. That's fine. We're going to say refactor number picker be much simpler. Then we're going to pop our stash off. That's going to bring this back in here, and everything inside of there we're going to get replaced. Now this is skill ID is not null. We don't need to null check that anymore. Okay. Things are a little wonky, but that's okay. Before we panic, we're going to rebuild. Because we want to make sure everything gets set up correctly. You know, all the files and all that. And then we have that. Okay, cool. And then you update correctly. If I roll back, you go back, except for you. But I think I didn't finish. Connection data form. I only did one of you for a test. think. No? We'll dig it out in a second. I need to use the restroom really quick, so I'll be right back, and we'll dig into why only one of them refreshed. Be right back. All right. That. Perfect. So let's figure out, so we already removed all that extra crap. This. That needs to go away. That needs to go away. Your value is always that. If our skill ID was null, we put in a new one. Defaults to 0. That's fine. Otherwise, we do that. That's fine. That's no longer nullable, so we don't even need this anymore, I don't think. We should be okay. So if the skill is not null, we set it. If it is null, then we null the skill, set that to 0. And we do our callback for the unmodified. You, we still need, that's fine, because you pull the name out of the controller. Oh, let's see here. What's up with you? Oh yeah, we fixed that. That's right. They weren't cloning. Got our drag target in. value key. That's what we didn't do. So that it didn't get rebuilt. Oops, I put you in the wrong spot. That's all modified. You down here. Okay. So we've got you. We can drag in one that has everything set. Everything gets set. We hit reset. They all go away. Perfect. You have things. If we drag in ones with nulls, everything gets cleared. On a reset, y'all come back. Y'all come back. Great success has been had, in theory. I want to make sure my status effects... Did we not do a modified for you? We did. We just missed addition or removal of a modifier. Let me make myself a note about that right quick. Editor. Status effects. Unsaved changes does not appear when adding, removing modifier. Unsaved changes, let's say warning. And we might very well change that warning, because we have learned so many things in the process of building this about Flutter. And I'm much, much happier with, you know, something like this appearing as an experience. Let's get that print out of here. It was in dependency change fired. Right here. Don't need that anymore. Let's see, do we have anything else? We had that. That can go away. We didn't have any prints in here, right? Yes. Okay, perfect. So, double check here. Map editor. Yes. Connection template form, yes. Skill selector drop down, yes. Wait, yes. Connection data form, yes. And connection templates. Connection templates, let's not change. Ooh, actually, yes, we do need to change that, because that's the our guy with a null DC. Because these guys have it. We need one for testing that doesn't. So that's fine. I forgot to commit. Implement, drag, and drop for connection form, both collapsed and non-collapsed form. And I want to do a thing. I want to say expanded this one, the collapsed guy. I want to say if we just any except draggable, if we're not expanded already, then make it expanded so that when you are here and you're making a change, like if you drag it in here, boop, then it should expand to say, hey, I just put things here, right? That makes more sense to my brain. Okay. Then we can reset that. That's fixed. That's fixed. That's all. That's all done. Expand tile form when dropping data on it, if it not already expanded. All right. I would love to also could I possibly wrap the whole container in this? And in doing so, break everything, yes. But eliminate the double need to fix my everything now, of course. Which would be that. Okay. How would that work? That still works. Brilliant. Love it. Very, very pleased with that. Okay. And then we can I think we had double mouse regions as well. Or am I confused? Kind of. Let's get rid of that on the button. Not all of it, just the mouse cursor bit. And then we could pull you up inside of here in theory. And then after our container, we need to close the mouse region. Oh, and the gesture detector, yeah. We did copy both, didn't we? Let's see. Where that gets me. That works. That works. If you for some reason drag it up there. It still highlights when you mouse over it, which is, it's fine. It's a button. I'm pretty happy with that. If I drag over another, doesn't care. Awesome. Move redundant drag targets for collapsed expanded form widget, connection form widget. Move, oh, actually, hang on, I should double check. That does get the, doesn't get it up there. Okay, so hang on. We do need to put that back on the expanded button. Yeah, my expanded click is still in place too. You were here. Floating action button. We'll put that back in. So that if you, for some reason, do this, it does still give you the valid drag feedback. Seems kind of silly to do, but meh. Okay, remove redundant drag targets for connection tiles, connection tile form when expanded and not put on parent container instead. They both work. Perfect. Okay. Now, we need to do the same thing for being able to drag and drop two tiles. So if I was to do boop, that should populate both of these with the thing. We should check with an empty connection. Should work, but yeah. Perfect. Okay. So. It needs to be the UI tile. Tile data. This is going to be a room tile, I believe. Oh no, this is my side. That's right. I'm a little displeased with the performance of expanding and contracting the page, and I don't know if that's a debug or if that's just because I have so many widgets in there. But it should be lazy loading. Maybe the lazy load is the problem. We'll have to investigate that in a little bit, though. Like, it seems to improve. Like, as you do it a little bit more, which means it makes me think there's like some caching going on. But anywho, distractions. So these guys. This is the backing stuff. It's going to be in the map pane is where it's going to be. In the builder here. Horizontal tile. Like so. Container. It's probably going to wrap the whole thing. So we're basically... I'm going to leave that alone for now. Those I need to address still. I'm going to refer to this because I don't know the drag and drop stuff very well yet. So same deal here. We're going to wrap this. It'll be connection template still. Like so. It'll have the same builder, which is a build context. And nope, I'm sorry. Yeah, it is. And then a list of connection template nullable called candidate items. And then a list dynamic ejected items. And then inside of there, all of this wraps around. And we need something like that right there. There we go. And then we have the same deal. But we already do this. how do I want to handle? I guess I could just set the cursor. That would be okay. Because you're still, like, hovering over it, right? So it should still probably light up saying, hey, I'm hovering this tile. And that'll only happen when we're doing a drag. But we also haven't told it this just yet. We can put that in place. I should have made the other one private. It's fine. We'll fix it in a minute. Okay. Perfect. Only fires when this is actually set. Except we don't give negative feedback. Which we should probably do in here too. But I think this might be okay. Because I think we might do something else for negative feedback, like a snack bar or something, right? That would be okay with me. I think. Okay, so all of that being in place, now we need to have our on accept with details. That's good. Or on will accept with details, rather. On accept with details needs to be in as well. And then we need an accept draggable, where we're going to do the similar thing here. So we're just going to copy you. I'm going to put you in the right place. Oh, I thought you were in the right place. Oh, you were. We're going to do is go through here. Update connection. So we're going to go get connections will give us both of those because they won't be null. Just like that. So we can do all that within set state because we're going to be making changes. I'm pretty sure we're good. So we go for connection data, connection in, tile data, widget tile data, get connections. Oh, we forgot. Does get connections clone? It doesn't. I think we might still make copies if we do this, though. I'm pretty sure we will, so it's still fine. Unless there's a... modification, subsequent iteration sort of issue. I don't think, because we're not changing the length. I think we're okay. We do that. Leave message. Description. Spot DC. Use DC. Okay. So we do all of that. And then we say update connection. And that should automatically handle the cases of null and everything else. Unless I'm overlooking something, which is 100% possible. We'll start with the basics, though. Delete you. It wasn't selected. I want to change that, I think. Make myself a note. On clear, select the cleared tile. Oh, we need to fire. Ooh, we don't have. We need to tell the provider we made an unsaved change. Delete. Okay. We have our empty connections. Connections, not rooms. Boop. We also need to update the selected tile. Okay. Like so. You're not imported, that's why you're not... it's because you're map state. And then as part of this... Except for I don't have access to... Oh, because I called you. Oh, yeah, duh. Because I put you in the build. I didn't put you in the global scope of this state. Which I actually don't want to do. I'm just going to say that you require it. We set that to true. Reset selected. Is that the one I want? Clear, reset. No. Actually, I might not even need to do that. Because we set the tile changes. We might be okay. Can't remember. App state goes in. So we got that. That was the one with the old stuff in it. Ooh. That's going to be a little bit of a problem. Yeah, that doesn't update. Because this is going to directly apply that change to the map in memory. We would need to... Crap. What do we do? So we can still do this. Okay. Here's what we do. Right? And then here, we do that. We only need to do that once in that loop, thank you. And then when we're done, set selected tile is our temp tile. Except then we don't write the changes to it. Crap. So if we do that, that's the one I already messed with. We do this, that happens. Oh, it did change it even though, okay. I didn't think about this, did I? Okay. We can do that. Right? Let's just do that. Let's start one thing at a time here. Can we set it selected? I think we can. It should be possible. We'll delete you, as is tradition. Okay. We'll select another just for funsies. Okay, it does select you. Now, I think we can still do some of this. This, because we have access to map state. Which is just state here. Which has a list of connection data. Okay. You need to be imported again. We can still do that. Do we need to do this? Yes, we do. Okay. And then, because dependencies change, and because these are copies, I think that works. So we'll select something else just for fun. Unsaved changes. If we click off and back on, it's not been applied. Unsaved changes, apply. They get applied to the in-memory map. Victory is mine. Okay. Beautimus. And then everything else does its job for us. I love that. Love it when a plan comes together. So, now. Now is beverage refresh time. I want you to expand as well, though. Or do I? And how would I do? There's no way to tell easily because we made a copy. Well, I guess there might be. For connection data, we implemented equality, right? Right? Maybe? Connection data. We did. Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. All right. If in here, that's the template, not the... Not too much stuff open. That's the model for templates. I need... template bar, not template bar. Sidebar. Where's my sidebar? Tile bar. Tile data sidebar. Yeah, you. I already had you open. Jeez. We can say... And maybe at the end of here, after we change dependencies, if actually we could use that to be nicer. We pull data, so because we don't have... We just blindly update those. I guess we can just do... We could do it in... Did update widget. We can do that and say if old widget, except for this would have to be... We don't even have data in there because we pull you out. So I'd have to do... I'd have to do this, which is okay. And I could also do a thing here. So that whenever we do a button, expanded there for the text. Here. Modified. Put a little asterisk here. Otherwise, no. That didn't work, did it? Because you weren't modified. You were. Oh, because it hasn't changed yet. So we can't do it in there. I guess here we could say we could do that only if it gets changed. We need to set the flag in that case as well again. That'd be fine. But only in the case where we actually did modify it, or did detect that there was a modification. Okay, so then... Oh, except for that's going to fire every time because when we load up, it does change it. Crap. What if we put... for one thing... Let's not put you there next to that guy. Let's actually put you in here after my label text. Up one, please. No, hang on. Oh, you're not, What are you mad about? Text. Ah, there we go. Wrong place. And then I can put you in. So you appear there. Yeah, I could do just a little spacing in there to give it a little scooch out. There we go. To indicate modified. If and only if we can pull out all of this. Oops. So then we do that. But then on our init state, we call update data immediately. Oh, we've got to call super. That's fine. Is that going to get me in trouble with... No, it won't. Except for I'm still going to have, unless it's a hot load issue. I don't think it is, though. I think I'm still going to have issues with getting this to show... Oop. I have to do that. Which also might cause probs. Yeah. Depending on call before completed. Okay, let's... Oops. Let's roll this back, if I could click on the right things today. Because we're not... That's not going to work. We have to either put yet another flag in the model, which I don't particularly like. Or do without. I think we're going to do without for now, unless it becomes clear that this sucks to deal with. Like, you can see them change, you can expand them if you care, or you can YOLO trust them, right? And you can always roll back. The main thing I want is to be able to always roll back, because if you, like, accidentally, oh no, then I also want... I want to make sure that we highlight whatever's selected, right? Because, like right now, see, I wanted to change this, but I accidentally do this. That doesn't accept drags yet, but if I did this, these numbers change as opposed to this. But that's a very subtle change, right? You would probably notice if you did 4, but maybe not if you did 2. So I want to make sure that we call out which connection we're editing. And make it as obvious as possible to prevent mistakes. But this is a good start to that, I think. So let's double check horizontal connection tile. Yes. Map editor. Make sure I don't do that. That's good. And then connection data form. Which, yeah, okay. We're gonna commit make horizontal connection tiles on map. Drag targets. We're going to need to do basically the same thing for the vertical and the diagonal eventually here too. But we'll start with the vertical, I suppose. We're just going to copy this first. Copy all of that, because that will go in place of that. That gets imported. That gets created. We need to make sure we close this correctly. in that order. Okay. Map state. We need to put you into build up here. Like so. That imported. Forgot that. Okay. Why? Because you got created outside. That's why. There we go. And y'all don't... Yeah, you don't implement any interface. We could probably add one, but I don't know that I want to. Seems... Need to fix that, though. Seems a little bit of overkill. Hi to you as well. We do need to get our valid drag mouse region bit in here. So cursor right there. So that we get that feedback in place. This guy. You're my only viewer. That'll happen sometimes. People swing through and then they swing out, you know. Okay. So that should be all we need to get vertical working. Just like so. Just like so. And then I should also be able to boop, overwrite that. Perfect. Okay. Now that we've done all the hard work, make vertical connection tiles on map drag targets. We get to enjoy just putting them in place. You... Actually, hang on one second. Did I just... mess up over here? No, I put you under layout builder. We're good. Okay, so all of that comes in after layout builder. We're going to need the map state in here. We're going to need to import some stuff. That's all well and good. We're going to need the valid drag for our feedback. We're going to need basically the same exact function. That's fine, though. For that, we're going to need in here... I'm missing... How long did it take you to learn all this? Flutter itself? I don't know, a month or so? Maybe 2, but limited time to play with it, right? Coding in general, I've been doing for much longer. There's my drag target. So right before drag target, I have a close there. And then I have the layout builder. This is in the wrong order, that's why. There we go. Thought I imported you. I guess not. There we go. And then, oops. We need to grab our feedback from our region over here and put it in place here so that we get all that the same way. And now I can delete one of these guys for a test. Oop. Something happened there. Let's restart just to be sure. You're scared of coding? Why? You've always loved it and enjoy it? Well, then doubly why. Why would you be scared? Okay, no errors there, so it must have been something. We need to figure out where that came from. Putting that in place, populates. Got all of our things and stuff. Everything's happy there. If we come in here, drop onto an existing, we overwrite. Perfect. Okay. Did it come from leaving a change? I don't know. It might have come from a hot reload. Something didn't quite get refreshed. We'll keep an eye on it. If it comes back, we'll fix it. Okay. Only one we changed. Perfect. Make diagonal connection tiles on map. Drag targets. Okay. Let's go tidy up a couple little things here and there. From the looks of it, honestly, it looks too complicated. That should be an excuse. Like, your own code looks too complicated, or... like, fill in some context around there for me. What makes it look too complicated? All right, so diagonal we're done with. Let's go clean up you. No. Where was it? Was it in horizontal? Nope. He was in the form. It was in here. You. You should be private. Nobody else should muck with you. Do not do it. The numbers? What numbers? And then we should still be able to drag in perfectly fine. Make out drag pool. All right. Get out of there. Okay. Negative feedback for dragging the wrong item in. We need to do that. We're going to need to do it on all those things we just did. I need to look at the doc again for... Well, we don't really have... We could have. We're going to need to add rooms next anyway. This should actually be on deleted. Let's do this first. When we delete you at the end... Instead of clearing you... Can we get away with just a select instead? Yes. We replace you. We just do that. We reset. You can't be null at that point. That needs to go there as a reminder. So that when we do this, that gets selected again. Same here. Ooh, except for that didn't work. Now did it? And it's because we cloned the whole tile in that case. So we can do it here if it's a connection tile. On a room tile. Can I do that? Or is that going to explode? Because you won't exist anymore. No, you will. Okay. Because you carry a copy. You don't carry a copy. It's because that room data gets cleared. Oh, no. Duh. I'm not paying attention. You don't get cleared. If I rebuild you, though... So that's not going to work. So we might as well have you in there. And it's because we null... We could do... Do we actually use you anywhere anymore? We said we use you for reset. Okay, that's fine. We could save... Oh, except for that we don't know... We clear all that out. Remove the tile. We make you null. And it's actually... It's because... Oh, okay. Okay. Except for that won't work when we need to highlight a thing. This works by virtue of this form, assuming if we've selected null, that it needs to create a thing at that location. But what if we pulled that... Room data is room data form. Am I mistaken? It's in map pane, isn't it? Yeah, if you're null, creates one with a null tile data. But how do you know... Where do we set the location on you? It's here. And from the perspective of a room data, which is what gets selected, we don't know what your offset location is. You know where you are in the real map, not in the UI map. This is going to be a problem for both. Unless we do something here. To select the correct thing. Which is going to be a little tricky. Give me 1 second. Let me use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Think about that a little bit. All right. Let's see what we got here for an idea. So we need to get this reselected. We don't know where it is exactly. It's been passed to us. We could change that up. That all works in here. That's fine. We feed you that there, though. So changing this would kind of suck a little bit. other thing we can do is put stuff in this selected object. Well, actually, we can get there. Okay. So we need to account for the offset. And then we can reselect in that way. Save. Location. Counting for offset of the tile about to delete. And actually, this is just going to be the case for everything in here. Reselect the tile. How about that? How do we like that? Hopefully a great deal. So you... Okay, not quite. Closer. And that seems to have been completely broken. That breaks that completely. Interesting. Why would that be? Because we didn't clear that. Oh, Right. Crap. Okay. That won't work because connection tiles, they don't exist. They're not real. They exist only for UI purposes. Um, we could put a location in you. Then we have to put it in the thing we make. This other stuff is going to have data I don't want in it. So I'm going to have to do... I have to do something else. We could say... Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine to clear that from like a UX perspective, right? Oh, you know what else we need to do? We need to make sure that doesn't happen. There should be no unsafe changes if there's nobody to change. Maybe it's okay, because if you tell me you want to delete a thing, who am I to tell you no? Delete it. Boom. If you want to then change it, clicking on it, yeah, let's go with that. Let's leave it alone. We do want to highlight the selected tile though. Which, yeah, crap. We end up in a little bit of a pickle again all over. I'm hungry. What time is it getting to be? Yeah, that's why I'm hungry. It's almost time for me to go have some lunch. 10 minutes or so. Because these are working with the data objects and not the UI objects. We do have map state in here. Can also do I don't think we can do it there. We'd have to do it here. Well, no, you're not. Hmm. Because we changed the selected from the parent's perspective here. Could we put it in here? I mean, the hover lives in here. And then for all of these guys, let's see why we couldn't put... in here. Could do coordinate here, column, like so. Okay, like so. We need to do the same thing in these fellas. Oops. Which I'm okay with. All things considered. Like so. That sneeze stalled and it's the worst. Oop. Already did you. You need to come over here. You need to get imported. Okay. So now they all will have their UI location. Then we don't worry about the room data inside of them. Oh, crap. Except for we do that. And that's the internal data struct there. So I can lift the gesture detector and stuff up, I suppose. What have I changed here so far? Let's roll this one back. That one. That one. That one. And then map pane. Um, See, the problem becomes if we move this, the map pane. Hang on, get to my stuff open again. If I move the gesture detection into here so that we say on click, this guy gets highlighted. And we also do a thing, right? We don't have a handle on that to then clear the highlighting the selection. We'd have to do it here as part of that clearing or something. And I don't know that I want to do that. Like, I can switch this back to, or switch this over to, I should say, the UI tile, and then reach in there and grab the data out of it. That would be fine. Grab the tile data, right? That would be okay. I would have to do something like that. And then inside of here, this could be like, that would be the else condition. let's just say primary. If you child widget. Except for that's a widget. So I'd have to do widget here. Actually, that would just be that. This would have to move up here if I was to do this. Then this always is that. That's fine. You have to exist. This would then be room tile data, which couldn't be null. I'd have to do that, right? And then these guys would have to implement some kind of an interface. If we were to take this out just for a second. This is that. We're just gonna to see if we even like how it looks. Just do that. What are you mad about? Oh, yeah. That's okay. We have widget. So that would look like those are all incorrect. Why are you? Oh. Because of that. But that's not going to update that because like we've got the widget. Yeah, this is going to cause trouble. I'm just going to chuck that. We got to come up with a different answer for how to display this. But that's going to take me to the 4-hour mark. So I'm going to call it a day here. I'll have to think about that a little bit as to how we're going to get that in a way that makes sense, right? Crap. Well, anywho, thank you for those of you who came to hang out with me today. I appreciated it. Had some good chats. Had some new folks in here. Had some good progress. I'm pretty happy with the progress today. There is this kind of pickle we're in, but I think we can find a way around it. But yeah, if you like this kind of thing, I do it for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending today. So come on back around 10 a.m. Central Time on Friday, and I should be here doing this